Okay, we're hot. We're gonna clean up here for a minute, but we're gonna get to the 660, which Mason's here, and yeah, what a job. So before we get to the 660, Mason and I are gonna chat a bit about what we're doing here. So I gotta obviously gotta clean all this stuff up, but check this out. Look, that cleans up nice, you know, from the ultrasonic.
Wow, this thing does a really nice job, huh? Even these are smooth.
Yeah.
Hey,
William.
These aren't busted up either.
No,
so
those
the starter cover was busted up.
Those are nice. So as long as I get on the 268, some of the some of the 268s, this is M8. For the nut, this is M8. That takes an M10 nut. So that's a different crankshaft that goes to that flywheel than this one. Two different crankshafts on the 268 model. That'll mess you up. Hey, Bob.
Is this the same flywheel as any other saw, or is it proprietary to this?
Specific. They're specific to this I think it's specific to that chassis.
So like a 61 or 266.
But this is the one with the key that's keyed, as opposed to the other one which has the cast-in key.
Really?
Which tore out of the other one, which I gotta fix. But this one is.
What one was the one that was really hard to get off?
That was the other one.
That.
What was not that it was the other.
So that flywheel didn't even match that saw.
Right, so they don't match. They won't. This one will not fit on that saw.
So that one, this crank is different than that one.
Hey, Mike, Bob, and Dom made it. Dom Lucci's here. Tree Life. Dom, you're Tree Life on the forum, right? Hello. Hello. You got it. Okay. So yeah, what we're just talking about is on these 268s, and we're going to get to the 660, don't worry. But on these 268s, there's actually two different flywheels so far that I've noticed between just the two saws that I have. One has a keyed flywheel, and the other one has a flywheel with the cast-in key, which I don't like. I prefer these.
That's different than that.
No, this one actually goes to this.
Okay.
So now I just need a new crank because this one's
that crank
shot.
is different than this one.
That crank is different than this one. Right.
Really? And how far apart are they in years?
Probably not very far apart in years. So let's look at this. 268 says 501. So that's 1985 or 95. No significant difference. No. 4-2.
1 year.
So 1 year apart. Wow. So the slightly earlier model has the keyway.
Really?
So either 84 or 94. I don't know which one it would be. These are old saws, so very possibly 80s. But I like I like the keyway. I like that. I really don't like the cast-in keys. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, I think it's stupid too.
I assume there was a reason why they did that, but I don't really know what it was. So, here. So I got to pull these bearings out of this thing, which maybe we'll do later if I get ambitious. But we got this 660 to worry about because it had issues.
Issues.
And put that over in the box. Let's put those.
Beat on the muffler though. That's not too bad.
Yeah, what I'm actually going to do on the mufflers, I'm going to get put all in the box too. I'm going to get aftermarket mufflers and then open them up with like the Red 97 deflectors or whatever.
And then this is the oil pump drive.
That's the only the little pinion.
That's pretty simple. So I guess in good shape. Here's your gasket kit. You want this in the box?
Yeah, throw that all in the box. Let's throw all this stuff in the box. Of course, it's flies around. Boing. Alright, that goes there. This goes in the box too. I don't need
I
that.
highly doubt that cylinder's still good. I don't know. I don't know.
So, yeah, so the story is Mason was out testing the 660. Apparently, for a very short period of time, he liked it. Shucks. You know?
Bit the dust.
We finally got it right. It was good. Right up until now, which is not. Oh, there's the wood.
Quite a bit over what it was before.
There's the Woodruff key. Put that in the box too.
And we those things.
Yeah, the Woodruff keys are what a pain to find those things, huh? When that gets lost, forget it. It's like circlips. Boing! When the circlip goes flying, it's the same thing with the Woodruff key. They're gone.
Yeah, I forget about it. Or that little clutch E-clip thing.
Oh, the clutch yeah, the Eclipse. Yeah, they love to fly. Okay. Okay, here we go. So let's see what.
That's how much gas it burned. That's one tank. That's how much I made it for.
Okay. About
So
it.
about 3/4. Yeah, I didn't put them on tight.
Bob says, "What did he do to the?" Bob wants to know what you did to the 660. He ran it backwards, obviously. Eclipse. E stands for eye killing.
We'll see what bits in the muffler in a minute.
Always nice to pull the muffler cover first. Oh yeah, chunks in the muffler. That's always a good sign. Yikes.
It didn't even make a loud sound. It just kind of went slow down. Just. It wasn't even loud or anything. That's why I thought, you know. So there's a little fucking.
Alright, so now what we need is another box or bag or something like that. Can you go? No. Can you go upstairs and ask my wife for a paper bag? If we can, or preferably a doubled up paper bag. There's a pin. It's nice to lose those. Some of this stuff away. Too much stuff in my way down here. All right, so let's have a look at this. Come on, we'll get there. Yeah, this is the kit. This is a kit saw. Holy cow, Mason! What did you do?
See it?
Hey, Ellie. Can you guys see in there? Yikes.
That's pretty spectacular.
That's good. That's cool.
A little bit of a ring there.
Cool, like a root canal is cool, you know.
I'm gonna be surprised if it didn't need the bearings too.
Well, I guess we're gonna tear her down. We're gonna do it in a hurry. Here we go. Tear it down. Just built the damn thing up. Oh well, it's alright.
I even had it on video running pretty good. Didn't blow up on video though.
Didn't blow up on video? Crap.
That would have been spectacular.
Well,
This isn't the first time I had a saw blow up on this. So.
it's not the first time I've had a saw blow up on me either. This ain't my first rodeo, Mason. You know?
I actually took the filter off because I thought maybe one of those nuts
got eaten. Yeah, happens too.
I'm surprised how those don't vibrate out. Isn't that amazing?
Well, these are lock nuts, so they have the nylon inserts. So I would not necessarily, but yeah, you're right. I mean, they're little nuts, and they hold the whole thing together here, the whole intake and everything. Bag.
The filter's not even dirty. That's how you know it didn't run that long.
Just gonna take the whole stinking thing apart here, if I can.
It's not even that dusty under the nail.
Well, a lot of people have learned a lot about this saw already. You know, we're in the learning phase now. A lot of people learned a lot about this saw already. Oh, crap. Hang on. More than we want to know.
Somebody wrote very nice chainsaw.
Yeah, it would be.
Was.
It was.
Well, it was a very nice chainsaw.
Where's my clips?
Clips.
Oh, here they are. Almost nuts. For the fuel line. I'm trying to clamp off the fuel line.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did they even have an air leak or like signs of when it just like piss revved it, listened to a tune, and then it just slowed down? In like 2 seconds.
And then you're like, oh,
yeah,
that's
shit.
it. That's it.
And I was like putting in a truck and calling it a day. It's such a waste of time now, you know? It's just like sometimes they're almost better off not doing anything to a saw once it runs good.
That was one of my thoughts. Was like, you know what? It ran fine before. It just wasn't.
Missing.
Yeah, it was missing
And
something.
it got that. It got that.
We got the zip back. We did.
At least you know the numbers to use for next time. What was it, like 98, 120, 80 or something like that?
98 on the exhaust.
Yeah.
And roughly 120 on the transfer. 121 on the transfer.
It actually felt like it gained torque and speed. Like both.
Something, whatever was restricting it is not restricting it now.
No.
Right.
Whether it was the...
Uh,
because I'm
bag.
wondering, did it need more blowdown or did it need more exhaust? Because it got both of those when you raced it.
Right. Well, we know it doesn't have an air leak. We're pretty sure about that.
Maybe not. I don't know anymore. See how the bearings go.
Where's my...
That well's good.
Good.
All the time.
Great. William, is this similar to the saw? Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah, William, I saw your video. That the black topped 660 that you were working on. It didn't quite sound happy. The idle just didn't sound happy. So what's the deal with that? Didn't sound terrible. It just didn't quite sound as happy as it could have sounded.
See, I even had this thing tuned good. Quite brown. Not white.
Mason, I am not questioning you. There is no question here.
The question was at the bottom of the exhaust and was at the top. Like, how do you even tell?
I might be able to tell. You might actually be able to look at that and see whether or not it indeed was like my port work or...
Were these factory? Were these caber rings or were they like...
These are cabers, yeah.
So it wasn't the rings that were the problem.
Probably not the rings that were the problem, no.
Shit.
Let's pull the top cover off here.
Well, not everything, you just take everything apart, so it should come apart pretty easy.
It's gonna come apart really easy. Yeah.
This saw isn't too bad now. Take off this tight. Plug was tight.
Bag.
Where do you say you bought that thing again?
Just eBay.
Those.
Yeah. I think you have to search for like
It's
6-inch Torx T27 or something like that, and you come up with an assortment.
It's funny how you go to Harbor Freight and they have the extension for the T25 and everything. It's like it's illegal or something.
And these are not captured.
They should be.
They should be, but
Yeah.
yeah. At least Husky makes them captured. They still fall out. But bag.
Yeah, it's kind of nice how these are all like the same size, even these little.
Let's get the gasoline out of here. Do the tear down here. 89 on the intake. 89 on the intake floor. Yikes.
Holy shit.
Fill that in, dude.
That's a lot of intake.
That's a lot of intake. Fill that in. I would fill that in.
You know, actually, speaking of fuel.
Did I mention fill that in?
Mentioning fuel, I noticed this thing used more gas. After what we did to it. It was a lot thirstier.
Really?
Probably because I was making more power, but I don't know. It wasn't ignition timing that was the problem, though.
This is also one aspect. The Echo has this down. The Echo fuel tanks. It's the one saw that I worked on had a lip on the fuel tank, and the cap grabbed the lip, but it was much easier to pour out. This just tends to spill all over everywhere if you're dumping out the gas. And the Husky does too. It's not any different. But Echo had a lip on there, and it was much better.
Oh, shit. Just making fuel. Oh, it's feeling real well.
It's fuel in. Great.
I think that carburetor too is really nice on this thing. I noticed that.
That's what Jason Egan said. Yeah, I listen to Jason. Fill it in. Sorry, what? What'd you say?
The carburetor tune's really nice on this thing. That wasn't.
No problem there.
I didn't notice anything funky. It seemed to like around like 13.5.
Now I have to get these damn things out again.
The rubber things. Pain in the ass.
Yeah, with the dust covers, like you're guaranteed to bugger something to try to get these things out.
Designed obsolescence.
Yeah.
At least with the springs, you just unscrew the thing and you're done. Plus, rubber wears out. The spring's never gonna wear
Spring's
out.
not gonna wear out.
Yeah.
I've seen springs break though.
They break or bend.
They break or bend.
Rubber's harder to replace though.
Just pull the jug. Why am I? Because I might have to split the damn thing.
Yeah, those bearings eat something.
I might have to split it, so I'm gonna have to like. This is a complete strip again. Again.
Ridiculous.
It's also when the tank's off, it's far easier to get in here and clean things, you know.
There isn't a whole lot to this anyway.
Yeah, what's it gonna take me here? 20 minutes to break this down.
It's just the damn wires and your plugs for the rubber are just painless.
Pull this little rubber grommet out.
It's just like you're guaranteed to let butter stuff taken.
Pull the rubber grommet off here, and it's nice if you can pull the black line through first, then the red not so bad. Okay, that goes there. Don't forget that. No gas hot water tank. Nope. I do have a gas boiler, but the gas boiler is rated at 0 feet to combustibles. How's that for interesting? It's a condensing boiler.
Like your water system.
Yeah.
Well, it was sealed under there.
Always a pain pulling the tank here.
I have to take them up now, huh?
Then I gotta do that, yeah.
It's like that rubber thing fell.
It's stuck to it.
Damn steel.
It's not even steel, it's China, but it's still the design.
Got me a hole there or something.
Just want to put it back for a second and see if
This screw is definitely out of there.
it screws out.
I know you pried it out of there last time. The way you did it before, I think.
Oh, this doesn't help. The rubber intake is like impossible to get through when you're trying to get it through, and then it
I think your cylinder screws on.
there.
That's not what you're trying to do.
That's crazy. How is it that attached? It should just fall out, damn it.
I remember you had to take the brake off last time or something.
this AV mount.
Can you push that in there or no?
I think I'm just gonna pull this AV mount this way, if I can, without killing myself. See?
You have a quick skirt flathead.
To slide it in there, you mean?
Wait to fucking.
This AV mount collapsed in. That's what the issue is right now. I don't know why it did that.
Stuck in there.
Let's see if I can put this back. There. Good. Now I can get this AV mount either out or better positioned. Now it should just friggin' slide out.
Maybe spread it well again.
See, it's already collapsed again. It's. Hold on, hang on.
Oh, yeah. It's the one breaking.
No, it's collapsed. It's collapsed. Look, this is going in. It's working against itself. It's. I hate equipment that does that. I cannot friggin' stand equipment that literally just works against itself. There. Alright, I'm gonna pull that. Might as well pull the darn thing out. So I'll show you guys. See the AV mount here?
It came out last time. Without too much frustration.
Yeah, definitely without this frustration. I don't even know why it wouldn't just fall down. Oh, well, there's one thing that's still attached. The impulse line, but that's... I mean, hell, that would just tear, you know?
Surprised they didn't tear. That's good.
Yeah, that's for sure not what's holding it back.
If it was a 372, we would have had it splintered.
Done. I put a screwdriver between here.
Keep it from
This lip is messing up the handle.
So yeah, put a screwdriver in there to keep it from
Yeah, you need a shoehorn essentially.
a shim.
A shim.
Well, if anything, we learned a lot from this saw.
Right, you're gonna learn plenty from this saw. Tell everybody you're gonna learn plenty by watching me do everything wrong.
We learned that if it's running good, to just leave it. It wasn't ignition that was the problem either. I thought it was that or the timing. It had to be one of those two things.
See, now I can pull the jug if I really want to. I still want this off, but let's pull the muffler off here. Ow. Yeah, put those in the bag.
I have to make sure we get all this stuff on there. If we put it back together.
What do you say? Just go for it. Pull it.
Yeah.
Pull it. Well, here, let's, for just to make sure, are the head bolts tight?
I chopped them the day before I took it out.
Head bolts are tight. Okay. Just to check them. Wow. They're tight. So let's undo them. I might as well do that.
They were tight.
They're tight. Boatard Sistano de Brazil. Somebody Brazilian show up? That's wonderful. Welcome. We're going to find out what went wrong here in a hurry.
That's good, boy.
Unless I can't get the darn thing off because it's a base gasket delete. Mason. I'm just okay.
Did you delete the gasket on this?
Sometimes you got to kind of peel the thing off front to back. Let's see.
It's the cylinder jump.
Oh, crap. Yeah, I'll bet the cylinder's junk. Alright, you have a look.
Shit.
Okay, it did not hook the bottom ring. It hooked the top ring.
So that means it was from.
So did that hook on the upstroke or the bottom, the downstroke? You get pieces inside the piston here.
How's the bearing feel? Look at how wet it is inside the cylinder. There's plenty of oil in there.
Yeah, this is not an oil issue. This ain't dry.
It looks like it did it on the top because look at the top of the exhaust. There's a big dent in it. There's nothing on the bottom. Yep.
Yeah, there's no fixing that.
Yep. Looks like it's going in this bin.
No! I don't want it to go in the circular file. Alright.
You centered those rings, right? When you put them in, they didn't spin around, right?
I don't think so. They look centered.
They still are.
Yeah, they're still centered.
So it wasn't that.
No.
Damn. The piston actually looks bad, but it's like, I'm surprised the board didn't have.
Casey just finished a 61 hooked ring that took out the lower rod bearing. Yeah. 6 hours to clean the cylinder seat, 5 minutes to repair. 5 minutes to repair the saw. Was the top ring indexed to the pin? Yeah, it was. It certainly looks like it.
David, you're just barely starting to get a wash on that piston too.
Although of interest,
Didn't even get enough time to get a wash.
the the ring broke next to the pin. That doesn't make any sense.
Matt,
Yeah.
is there a tarp around here?
Tarp.
Or like the cloth?
Right there.
Oh, this, yeah. Yeah, that's it. That one. Alright, great.
I know, you gonna take my car?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, I guess let's pull the piston out.
The bearings feel good now.
Can I pull the pin on the top ringland? It's not mobile.
They're both still there.
They're both still there. Yeah, I don't think this is a pin issue.
Do you think the rings were fluttering around in the ring groove too much?
Tough to say. I don't know. This is where the ring pliers come in, like super handy. Ding.
Those are still both in.
Yeah, the clips are. Hey, Stanley.
Didn't even run the damn thing long enough to get a wash on it.
Right. We didn't know whether or not the wash was. Now this is important to keep, because that is an OEM tapered wrist pin,
That's a lot in.
and then this is an OEM pin bearing, which are not cheap. So let's look at the piston. Tell me when I'm centered. There. Is it centered okay? On the,
Yeah,
on the
I think
picture?
so. Yeah, you're good.
Just the top ring looks like it broke into pieces. There's a piece of the ring missing here. The lower ring certainly is, I mean, if you look at that, that's centered.
Did the lower ring break? So the lower ring didn't even break.
No.
Oh, that's interesting. Let me see that piston again, actually. Wow, these bits are stuck in the top of the crown.
Okay, so who here is going to suggest splitting the case? I know, everybody, right?
Isn't that interesting that there's a ridge on the top?
Yeah, the whole thing bent up. Yeah. Difficult to
Yeah.
know which happened first, but probably on the downstroke,
To
yeah,
make
as
it
it's coming down.
bulge up.
But if it's on the downstroke,
But you would think that the bottom ring would hook first, right?
that's the thing. Like on the if it was the downstroke, then it was right. It was here. It wasn't there that initially did the damage.
It might have weakened over. You never know.
Could be.
Because look at this. I mean, it's just like. Who knows? Maybe it was a ring failed itself. Maybe the ring failed itself. I don't know.
Why? I don't know. You can clean it and rebuild it. Sure, it's possible. Take an inventory. William Prophet wants to take an inventory of big pieces. Smart.
Look at how much play there is though in this. I can wiggle this up and down. In
Could
the
be just too
groove.
much flutter up and down in the groove.
You know, with your finger, you can't move it. You would have to get an OEM piston now to know how much is normal though, or the meteor actually.
Yeah. I'm not convinced that's what was the bugaboo. So the thing is, like, taking inventory on the pieces is going to be hard because there's pieces stuck in the top of the head. There's pieces stuck here.
Same thing it is, but
I can see pieces down in the center. See there? Look down in there.
yep, I would. Because if you put it back together,
Flush the bottom end out and new top end. That.
because if you
The
put it
ring
in-
wasn't around the pin. If the lower ring didn't break, then nothing should have passed below it. I don't know.
It could go through the transfer ports down to the bottom end. It could go through the transfer ports through the bottom end, no, you know what I mean? It didn't run long once it blew up, though. It was like 2 seconds, and then that was it.
Hashtag fact. There. If you think that there's nothing in the bottom end, you're wrong. I understand what you're saying, but let's see if I can pull this out here. Because there's a big chunk down there. I can see it. That's not it. Hang on. I know. Facts. Yeah, I know, guys.
I can see that chunk in there, too.
Where's my flashlight? Where did that go? Is it a chunk or am I seeing something? No, that's sorry. That is not a chunk of what we're looking for here. But there are pieces. I can see pieces.
Did the bearings look okay?
Can't see them with this crank, really. There's a piece. That is a piece. Straight down. Have a look.
Yep.
That is a piece.
Big piece, too.
Oh, I had it. Shavings. Rinse and split. Okay. Rinse and split. Clean it, run, boom, repeat. Yeah, good.
Douche belt run.
There's a chunk. See that one? See if I'll find the other chunks.
We just destroyed a nice one.
Oh well. That's what happens, you know. You're having a good time. Oh, now I see that down there. There it is. Fill her up with 2-cycle, right?
Do you think that running it at a lower RPM for a while would have helped it? Or do you think it was inevitable?
Well, very simply, if I made the exhaust too flat, which is exactly what I think I did, If I made the exhaust too flat, then it was very simply inevitable. So then it's very simply my fault, you know?
I say make the next one 97. Instead of 90.
See the pieces in here. Yikes. Concussion on detonations. Maybe. I don't know.
I have a dumb idea. Put a 288 piston in this thing. I was looking into that. Have you heard of other people do that?
The thing is, I've got a brand new Meteor piston sitting here, waiting for this.
What is even the point behind putting a 288 piston in this thing?
Maybe higher pin to crown height. That way, it's easier to put a pop up in it.
It just seems like a pain in the ass because you have to put spacers on the side of the and everything. Apparently. How's the crank work though?
Looks fine. There's no bluing at all or anything on it. The crank is perfect.
Did the bearings feel good though? How did we rinse it? Yeah. It didn't run long at all when it blew up. It was just like 2 seconds and then just shut off, and I didn't try and do anything. Pulled it over, it had no compression.
Well, this is going to be really well lubricated when because of the 2-cycle. This is going to be really well lubricated in here when we're done. Shine a light in there and see the shiny stuff. Look. See the sparklies in there?
Yeah, you're gonna have to rinse that a couple times, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be a few rinses.
You gotta admit though, chainsaws are pretty tough pieces of equipment for the amount of RPMs that they turn.
Don't worry, William. I'm going to get to the goo yet. You're right.
They're not really balanced or anything like cars or anything like that. It's just amazing how they're able to. And they got guys running dual chains on them and everything.
I am always surprised that a chainsaw runs. I think it's a very unlikely piece of equipment.
Exactly.
It's just incredibly unlikely that all these parts fit all together and actually work. Just
And it's amazing if
I've been doing this
we're
for
just
enough
a bunch
years.
of hacks and we get some
Right.
flaws in the machine
right.
and areas to
Right. I don't know.
improve on.
I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I mean, clearly, I don't know what I'm doing. So,
And
but
we can
if
see
if we
flaws.
can figure out there are flaws here,
I think the problem is some of these guys that are like designing them, they're not field testing them enough, you know. They just want the money, you know. That's what it comes down to.
hey, Nikki. Boom, boom, boom. You're right.
So that's what's the story. Story is that it blew up a saw.
Right. Saw's blown up. There's the story. Done. The long and the short of it, I think, is I made the exhaust too flat. It was just too flat. It was too good. So now, unfortunately, I gotta tear the darn thing apart again and start over with a new head. Which it's not like I don't have. I have more heads, but
I wonder if it would have blew up more spectacularly if you gave it to one of your under tree guys. It might have not come back in this condition. It might have come back in a couple pieces, maybe.
they probably would have still
The
kept
part
running
that
it.
amazes me though is when it blew up, it wasn't even a loud noise or anything. It was just it's just slow. You would think that it would be catastrophic. It would 13,000 RPM when it blows up.
Yeah. Where did the gas go? Where did I put the gas? Over here. Matt is talking rubbish, yes. One more flush here. Then I gotta figure out what cylinder head I'm gonna try next.
The cheap one's off, goes up, it doesn't matter. I think it's gonna be really hard to beat those how big those transfers were in the cross cylinder already.
Egg on his face. Me? I think you guys know that I've got egg on my face most of the time I'm online. I think you guys have figured that out. And what does that say about you? Did it seize? No, it did not. Not a lean seize. This had a ring that let go. Most likely from
The ring, the roof of the exhaust was too flat.
the too flat of the exhaust. Yeah.
That's what happens when we mess with things.
Right. Lean. I might if it had done a lean seizure, I might have been able to clean up the cylinder head, but no.
Fortunately, the rings are harder than the piston or the cylinder.
Let's see, is that... How are we doing on the sparklies here? Better. Okay, that should be that. Piston's buggered. Ring's buggered.
Breakfast, it's... Well, here it's almost dinner time.
All right, so I have two heads we can use. We can use
Highway or what the other one?
the highway head, or we can use the Farmer Tech head.
That wash doesn't look terrible.
And I could probably just slap the Farmer Tech head on and go here, but... no, it was a cross top end that went. Expensive, not exactly, but I spent a lot of time on that thing.
So... You're thinking slap one of these on and put the meteor in it, or put one of these pistons in it?
I don't know what I'm thinking. I really don't.
What's the other head look like?
It was a cross head, but I did a lot to it, William. And it ran fine. It was running fine for a long time. It was my port work in there. That is exactly what was going on. Yeah, I know they've had issues, but that I would not blame Cross for this based on how much I worked on this.
To be honest with you, I think the Farmer Tech's maybe.
Hello, everybody from Japan. Hello, Japan.
To be honest with you, I like the Farmer Tech better.
Yep, that's fine.
Look at the transfers on this; they're actually pretty nice. Like the wider link. They're deeper than this one.
Yeah, so we'll use that one. That's fine.
Yeah.
We use a Farmer Tech 98. All right, Nikki wants to see the damage. We'll show the damage. Put this here. Yeah, I milled this though. I milled this head, Mega. And William. Yeah, William, I this was milled. So the bore angle, sorry, hang on a second. The bore angle, especially this direction, if this is off this way, then you end up having crank failures. But not this. This is a different failure. No, it won't buff out because of the score. Trying to show you.
I'm thinking this one might be a better platform to port and try.
You milled the base. I did not mill the base off the manual. I did something a little different.
I think this one.
Port that one?
This
All right.
one.
We'll do that. What I did with this was what I do with all of my other heads. I do it a little differently than everybody else. Take the piston. Make sure I actually use a little something to shim it up so it's tight. But what I do with the piston is I actually indicate off the piston, the top of the piston, for flat. Once I have that flat, then I know that I can mill the base and that this will be flat, basically. So a little bit of like aluminum foil or whatever, just to make sure it's tight. It's probably most accurate off of a mandrel.
Did
Yes.
you mill the base on that?
Yeah.
So shit, you do got a lot of time in that thing.
Yeah.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah. Well, I milled the base and I filled in the intake. The intake was filled in with JB Weld too.
Shit. So now that's
a lot of time.
a lot of time.
Not much of bevel. I hate to knock you, Matt. Actually, Nikki, you're wrong because the bevel is pretty damn good. But it probably wasn't in that spot. It's not that. It's just too flat, Nikki. It's too flat. Too flat.
And we know it wasn't from a cocked base.
Right. It's not a cocked base because the crank is fine.
I bet stock out of the box that might have been cocked more than what you did. So you probably trued it up more
I trued it up. Yeah. All right, so let's mess around with the Farmer Tech.
Because I'm liking how... Because that one has a funky exhaust and...
Yeah, that highway
It's
head
ugly.
is funny. So let's see if we can...
The only funny thing on this is that little dip there.
Yeah, but I'll grind that. That's not a
Yeah.
problem.
But I'm liking how deep these transfers are looking and the angle on them. I think this thing might actually run better than them.
Well, Bob, this is a hard lesson. This is a really, really sucky and really expensive lesson here. And it's not even easy to learn from because you don't know exactly what you did wrong. I'm pretty sure that exhaust was too flat, you know? That's most likely what happened. But what constitutes not too flat, you know?
It's interesting though, if you look at some factory cylinders, they're pretty damn flat.
Who does a nice... Camera's blurry. Sorry, guys. Better. Who does a nice intake? That would be me. Check this out. Here. Is that not nice? Tell me that's nice. Is that evenly round? That's a filled-in intake. You can see that. Look at that nice curve to it. Isn't that beautiful? Doesn't that really suck, though? Just because it was... Sorry, hang on. Let me fix that. There we go. Put a lot of work, a lot of effort, and the whole thing goes kablooey, you know?
The only thing I have to say though is that I think the plating is probably better than that cylinder. That's the deal. That's the problem.
Mason's thinking over there, I can tell. Right, 98. Right. All right. Oh well. Too flat. Here, you take it home. Have somebody bore that out. Bore that to 56. And then all you can do is bevel it a little bit better, and now you're good. Just have to go spend $200 at US Crumb.
Throw even more money at this thing.
Throw even more money at it, right? All right, so we have a Farmer Tech head here. So let's clean this off. Well, let's clean it up a little bit. Hang on. Let's see some of this stuff.
I think that the transfer is being tighter on that.
Also, I got to open them up.
I don't know. The uppers look pretty square, which I think is nice.
Here, can you put the highway head back in there?
Oh, they even give you a plug. That's nice. Do you have the piston for this, or is it? That's for the Farmer Tech, I think.
That's the Farmer Tech piston?
I don't know if you want to use the meteor or that, or...
I'm definitely going to use a Meteor, yeah. For sure.
I wouldn't play around. The only questionable thing on that is how long is the plating going to last. It looks like it's fine.
If we have these problems, then it doesn't matter how long the plating lasts. That's the thing. Like, I see so many other failures other than plating issues.
There's always going to be a problem, no matter how far you take it.
Right. There's always some particular point of failure. I just happen to see all the oddest stuff.
Like bearings might be more risk, but you washed it out pretty good, so.
It happens, man. I used 52 highway kit on 372. Lasted 20 minutes after delivered the saw. The peel, yeah. The nickel seal peeled. Yeah, I hear you.
At least with this, somebody else ran it So, if it was gonna fail, it would have failed. Positive though is that I did compare that to the 064 before it blew up. So now when I put that on,
You'll have another
now we
point of
know
comparison.
how it's gonna be compared to what it was. Gotta look for the positives.
You all who do this often remind us of trial and error learned. Yep, you got it. And yep, big thumbs up on
Yeah.
that. Have fun. You know, that's what we're doing. We're going to screw around a little bit.
We had fun.
Well, Mason had fun.
Yeah.
Be right back. I'm just going to watch this. Oh yeah, William, I did see on Facebook. I saw the photos that you had about the newest jug. I thought that was pretty cool. It really looked pretty good.
Wait, you saw the what?
William had a Farmer Tech jug that actually looked really nice. I think.
You had one?
No, William did.
Really?
William Profit. When using aftermarket parts, better chance of failure because it's not tested. You're right, learning curve. Yep, there's a curve. Holy cow! And I've been doing this for a while now, and definitely don't think I'm there. You know, I'm just not. I'm not there, but that's okay. I don't have to get wherever.
The question is anybody really there?
Is anybody really there?
You know, even the guys who design these things, there's failure points. That looks pretty nice, though.
Yeah. So let's get a Meteor piston. Is that in this? Pull that bucket out. This is just garbage, and this is garbage. Just throw that in there. This we can throw anywhere. Here's the Meteor piston.
Let's try and get close so possible as to 98 and 120.
Well, I remember we're gonna check squish, and then I gotta mill all this stuff. So there's milling to do here,
Do you
unfortunately.
think it'll be tight with just the garden gasket?
I don't know.
You might get lucky.
I don't think we're getting lucky. Well, I have to mill it anyway because I want to make sure it's left to right good. What makes your special guest so special? I don't know. Ask him. They want to know what's so special about you.
I'm good at blowing up sauce.
He's good at blowing up sauce. All right, pin bearing.
At least that $25 part they pull up. How much is that? Wait, $25, right?
I don't know. Yeah, these are the wrist pin and pin bearing are not cheap parts. Somebody else might know better than me, but
Yeah, Iron Horse is working on Randy's Saw. Iron Horse is working on Randy's Saw.
Mason, Matt don't talk about much, but the technical part of this is the fun for a brain. Wait, look at Ironheart. He's working on mastermind saws. They only last for so long, no matter who builds them. Yeah, I can't imagine that that everything out there built by whoever it is ultimately bulletproof. You know.
Sometimes you just have bad luck.
Yeah. These are cavers. I'm gonna leave those there. Put that for the moment. And
That's a shiny piston. Hopefully it stays that.
hopefully it stays that way. Well, let's take and hit this with the Scotch-Brite wheel.
That's badass.
This came from Glock.
From who?
From Glock 37.
Did he powder coat something for you? Oh, no.
He hasn't powdered anything yet, just because he hasn't. But
Wow.
quite cool.
That was pretty fast. Too.
Yeah, that shines nice.
I think it's always a good idea to do that.
Yeah. Every single saw is destroying itself from the first pull.
Yeah, less is more sometimes. I agree with that. At a certain point.
So all I want to do now is check squish. Just want to see where we're at here.
I don't know if I asked you this, but have you thought of getting one of those little cheap leaves?
Yeah, you asked me the no. I will get.
We're all set with it, then. What is it called? Bridgeport, right?
Yeah, I'll get a lathe here when I get my other shed built.
To me, honestly, when you increase the compression beyond what you're doing, it's more liable to break more stuff. This had plenty of compression the way it was. Headbanger.
We have a headbanger.
So that means with a gasket, it's probably pretty tight.
Do we have gaskets? I'll bet I have gaskets. Let's put a gasket on here. Yep, I got a gasket. I got all kinds of goodies here.
What kind of question is that even? Are those are directional, right?
I've never figured out exactly what
Me neither.
side goes up or down on these damn things.
Does the raised part go up?
Don't think it matters.
They would have marked it if it didn't matter, right?
It would say up somewhere on there, yeah. Hey, Leonard. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I know. I haven't done any videos on the shed in a while. I need to make a second shed. That's the thing. Is I gotta make shed number 2.
You finished shed number 1, right?
I have not technically finished shed number 1. No. But I need to make shed number 2.
Have you thought of putting a heater up there?
Yep.
Well, wood stove or what?
Maybe. No headbanger now.
Any guesses?
Are we taking guesses on the squish here?
Oh, 20. I'm gonna say 20.
I'll bet it's tighter than that. No? About 25.
Oh, 25. That's not terrible.
Any here and carry the 261 off the marketplace, $50 a shot. Why didn't you get them, Pat? Get them for your cheap buddy over there. Yeah, just under 25 here.
That's not bad, honestly. I almost run that, but the thing is the base flat.
That's the problem. So now,
Can you measure with calipers how flat the base is?
not accurately enough. You need the lathe to check it. Hey, Alan.
Do you trust it the way it is?
Yeah, that's the 30 snugged and 22 final. This is snug.
They
Yep,
can
tight.
vary, you know? That's the thing with the aftermarket stuff, though. It's like, none of the cylinders are the same.
This might be fine. It might be flat.
I said Conan on it. I wouldn't spend any more money in it.
Port it and run it. Okay.
Because if you spend more money in it and the bottom end blows a bearing, you just wasted a whole lot more time.
You know, Mason has a point.
I'm just thinking ahead here. Not trying to be negative.
Well, here, while this is here,
I'm really curious to see what the numbers are.
so let's get the numbers. Why not?
O15 to O18 per saw. I mean, that's not. O15 is pretty tight, but that's like about like what the limit, right?
Probably around there's the limit now.
O20 is like what everyone shoots for, though, right?
Generally.
Hmm.
I tend to think basically anything above 15 seems to be okay to run.
You gotta have some play for like carbon and all that. You know, it almost makes you wonder, because if you look at Tree Guy saws, when you get them in, they have a bunch of carbon on the top, right? Probably 50,000 sticking.
That was a little loose.
What happened?
That was a little on the loosey-goosey side.
Oh, it was?
I guess I can't pull it off, so whatever. Let's get the puller. Hopefully we put the puller back. Ow. Hurts. get when you stick your hand into a chain that's sharp. Where's the flywheel puller? Well, that's not good.
Maybe it's in here.
I don't think so. You can look. That darn thing didn't go that far, so oh, here it is. Sorry, we're gonna do something else.
Alright. That is a nice thing about steel, though. They did that. I'll give it to them. I think when you get this thing back together, I'm running about 11,000 RPM for the first 5 times. I'm not fucking around this time. I'm not putting it up to 13 for the first time. I don't know. I don't think it would have made a difference, though. You can't break in a flat roof.
Right, you can't break in a flat roof. My advanced flywheel key there.
Yeah, it wasn't the ignition timing like some guys were saying in the last video. That could be a reason, though, if it's sluggish.
Oh, it's not the timing, and it's not the coil. Not in this case.
I bet the intake's gonna be pretty, hopefully it's something
Right,
around the...
we got to get rid of this damn thing in order to.
This thing?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not. Gonna plug the spark plug hole here.
No, this is the part where I start to get a little lost.
Think of this as simple. Just throw that over there. Think of this as simple. You need to balance it. It just needs to be balanced from one side to another.
Because that's my next thing I want to get is a wheel. So I can actually start on it. Because I'm curious what the numbers are and stuff.
Just tightening this down to the.
Is the way you measure numbers like the generic way, or is it like...
I think it's kind of like the way that I do it. I think is kind of like the generic way.
Can you measure with the caliper how tall the ports are?
Yes.
But that takes forever, right?
Well, yeah, there are guys that do that. You can do that.
And how do you... That takes a lot of math to convert that, obviously.
It takes some math, yeah.
Which I'm not good at.
So I just mark the top of the head here and line that up this way. So.
Oh, you're getting a lot of thumbs up.
Great. Appreciate that, guys.
I think this is the exciting part of the video.
I really should take this darn thing off, which I, by the way, hate doing. But okay, so actually, so what I do, so the wheel is on and attached, but it's not necessarily tuned to where the actual piston is. So what I'll do is I will visually get the piston to top dead center, more or less. And what I do is I pick, there's an arbitrary point, and that's actually right at it, but I take a fin and I mark it, and all I got to do is sight down I just got to sight down the fin. Now you can take a coat hanger and put it over here to some arbitrary point. That's
I
fine
like the
too.
fin because that's kind of it's already there for you.
It's already there for me, and I can just sight down it.
And if you don't have a fin, can you just draw a line?
Yeah, you can draw a
Yes,
line.
I mean-
Yeah, whatever. As long as you understand that line, by the way, can disappear if you go clean it. You know, you clean your head. So then you put this into some arbitrary point, and it goes click, 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 and you can hear it. You put a piston, just any piston stop, anything hard for a piston stop, and you go nice and gentle. That's about 39 or 40, and you go around the other side, and the piston stop hits, and that's like 45. So that's close to balanced, but not quite there. So
this helps you check the port both ways. So you want it to be balanced so that you can, when you're checking, it's accurate.
Yeah. So you can check it on both sides. You can check the timing on both sides of the stroke, essentially. So on 180 degrees on one side and 180 degrees on the other, and it comes up with 360 degrees. So
it's actually pretty important that it's balanced.
it's because otherwise you'll try it on one side and then it'll be different on the other. Then you just have to take the difference and make it in half.
So if you grind it on one side and then you measure it again on the other side, you're screwed.
Something like that, yeah. So now I split the difference. That's 42. All right, now I'm actually balanced 40, 40 on either side. Close enough. Okay, so now pull that out. Now we can shine our light in here and look at the exhaust. You shine the light right in. You can get your flashlight to work. Come on, thing. There. And then you open or close the exhaust. Right about. Right about there. It's right at about 100.
100?
Yeah,
That's pretty nice.
it's pretty good right off the bat.
That's in between what the other cylinder was and what you originally did.
And the intake the intake looks a little screwy here, but that's about right there. The intake is like 87, 88. So let's move this around to the other side. And make sure, again, it's balanced 86, 87, something like that. So the intake probably needs to be filled in at least a little bit if you're going to run it there. The exhaust, probably about right.
Yeah, no, let's bring it.
And then the next question is going to be the transfers, so let's figure those out. We're going to move this down to bottom dead center.
Was the intake 86 all the way across, or was it?
It was kind of screwy. Yeah, it was not even. So we're going to take a little bit, fill that in. I'm trying to see if we can salvage an old ring here. No. Fine, I'll get one of the new cabers.
So the cylinder is actually pretty decent. The transfers are alright. The
Well,
exhaust is fine.
Let's check and see where the transfers are. So if you have 100 roughly on the exhaust. We want to put the transfers somewhere around like 120. So let's see if we can get them there. So I put the old ring in the head and set the head back down, basically.
So if a guy was gonna theoretically take some off the base, he would really have to fill in the intake.
Yes, if you're
Definitely.
dropping this jug any more, then you're really considering filling in the intake a lot.
So you could probably run it the way it is, but it would eat gas.
Right.
Probably lose a little bit of power. Because in theory, if your intake is too much, then you're losing compression on the bottom stroke too. Because it's open.
Right, it's open too much.
Yeah.
You're taking too big of a gulp or an inefficient gulp. You know, gulp, 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 gulp every time. It's inefficient. Okay, so let's move. Now you just move this to 120. So that's 90, 100, 110, 120. Move it up roughly to 120. Back it back off. And now we can pull the head off. We're going to take these screws out just to get rid of them.
The question is, how much are we gonna have to base this thing?
Put this to the side. And look and see where that ring is at.
Wow. You don't have to raise it too much.
It'd be nice if my light worked.
They are pretty low. This thing has a lot of blow down.
It's actually quite even. That's quite even left to right. If you look at there, they're what, about a 1/16 of an inch? Another 1/16 there. So that's nice. It's nice and even left to right. So Mason's kind of right. You know, run it.
Other than the intake, this is a good cylinder.
I gotta fill in the intake. Grind it, fill it, and then grind those transfers down. I'm gonna reshape the exhaust. I'm gonna widen it and that sort of thing, but
I would bring it up to 98 while you have it apart, because that's where the other cylinder ran pretty good, I think.
I know. All right, so before we do anything here, let's get a Sharpie. I'm gonna hit this with a Sharpie right on my transfers so that I can mark them so I can know where to grind to. If I grind all the black stuff away, I'll be right at 120. Let it dry a little bit, and then you can pull the ring out. See, I know for a fact that Mason had nothing better to do today than to come hang out with us.
You're right. I probably would have been home watching TV. How much is it? A lot.
Can I wipe away the bleed through? Okay. This goes back in the meteor box. We do not want to lose that.
No.
Nope.
Those are actually pretty expensive, like $14 or something.
Yeah. So what do you want to do, guys? You want to start grinding on this thing? What do you want to do? It's Mason's
I
day.
was-
He's the one that buggered the saw, so he sets the agenda. What do you want to do?
So when you fill the intake, do you have to let it sit overnight?
Yeah, I would.
So it's not a quick set, JB. It's like
I can use the quick set. I did use the quick set JB, but I would let it set for a bit. I wouldn't run it today. I know Mason's over here like I gotta run it.
it'll be dark anyway. But if would be convenient if I could take it.
Would be convenient if we could take it home. All right. Let's see if we can get it there.
That's quite a lot.
We don't know how much of an ask that is, but let's see if we can get it. There. I'm gonna go right here and get my gloves. And these are the good.
That's kind of why I picked this cylinder down, because I figured it would be less work than the other one. The other one looked nice though, like the plating looked nice in it though. They definitely did a nice job on that.
Okay, so these are for grinding.
How many of these 660 cylinders have you seen?
Is this not getting the bridge ports? Why would I do bridge ports? You want to do bridge ports?
What is it called?
You want
when
to do fingers? We can do fingers.
What is it called when you do a port? Like right there.
Bridge port, yeah. A
You want to
bridge.
try that? And leave the bottom lower stock. And just try a bridge port.
I
That would
would.
take longer though. That's the problem.
How much mucking around do you really want to do?
I
That's
think we
really
should
the thing.
stick to what the other cylinder had for numbers
Okay.
because they were proven. It ran good with those.
Okay.
I think 102 is too low for the exhaust. 100 is pretty close. I think 98 is the magical number now.
Let's clear some of this stuff out. We don't need all this stuff right now. Notice how my bench just keeps getting stuff on it.
They were saying a thicker gasket and then you'd be done, but the problem is the intake's not flat on the bottom, it's like screwed up. It's pretty ugly looking.
Yeah, the intake isn't flat. It's not ground right. I'll just fill it in. It won't. And actually, what we should do is do that first to get it to start. No,
I won't start it until tomorrow.
it sets in like 10 minutes. It doesn't take a long time to set that stuff.
Gotta love JB Weld. Now let's consider this. If that saw blew up with JB in the intake and the JB's still in there, I would imagine it's pretty durable.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so I have to grind on the intake a little bit just to get it. You have to rough it up so you can fill it in. It's got to be rough.
nice tool to have.
A little grease on it works pretty good. It's not cured, but we're not going to run it that fast. Then there's that. This goes over here eventually. One, two, three. 1, 2. Just thinking of batteries. Where's the other? Is there another battery? Here's another one. This has any juice in it. I'm just roughing it.
That's just how it sets right now.
Yeah. If you can dimple it or golf ball it or whatever, anything else that you can do to enhance the stick, would be a good thing.
So, a guy just slapped on JB Weld. It wouldn't be guaranteed. That'd be a pretty easy thing to do.
Lazy is the correct word for that, yeah. Not saying I haven't been that lazy.
But while it's a party, might as well take an extra 5 minutes.
See the sharp? So I'll go in, with the sharp edge, I'll go in here and golf ball it, or make some marks, essentially, so that the JB Weld will have something to stick to.
I don't think they can see it.
No, then okay. Here. Actually, better to bring it that way. No, better to do it this way. So, you can zoom it in.
Hold on. Try wait. Kind of. No, you can kind of see it. Yeah, I think you can see it.
Okay.
They were saying that you put a thicker gasket in, but the problem is the intake left to right isn't even.
Right,
It's just ugly.
You're going to be mucking around with the intake anyway. So I've just. Yeah.
And the roof of the intake is kind of funny too.
Yep.
You notice that? On the left.
So let's fix that.
That looks good. That has a much better shape to it now.
You just don't need the plating here. You know, if this is all plated, you don't need it plated. Cool air grinders? What air grinders? They're both electric. I have the other, like the right angle air grinder, but I don't have a way to power it because I don't have a great compressor and I don't have a great way to control it either. You need a foot pedal. So I don't have that, unfortunately.
How much was that thing?
Like 80, 90 bucks. But it does, the head's too big. It doesn't fit. You know,
Unless you got a 3120.
unless you have a 3120. Yeah. Want to do the lowers? While I'm grinding and stuff, might as well grind the lowers. I don't like the lip on the lowers.
Yeah.
I never have. You grind this back a little bit too. Actually, what we should do is we should call this channel "The Secrets of How to Do the Nicest Job But Still Screw It Up." That's what we should call it. think I can come back a little further.
Dr. Alfred.
Truth be told, who knows whether it does anything or not? You don't know.
I think we did pretty good just taking the whip out like we did.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
Can everybody see?
And I can see. And I like how you just touched like the right side, because that's the direction it kind of like.
Right. The flow is this way, effectively.
So if a guy ground the other side, it would be effectively disrupting that.
Right. You're not. It really doesn't have a whole lot to do with anything. It's really like this. That's
I wonder what would
circular.
happen if somebody filmed just that happen.
Good.
That would take a lot of work though.
Yep. The other side, Laura.
I can hear it when it starts to clog up. It starts screeching.
Take it back a little more. What do you think? A little more.
I'm gonna attempt to do something.
Okay. Actually, one thing I forgot about. I got to get the... Matt, this is the fastest I ever see port. Okay. I got to get the power here better for this. Otherwise, we're going to lose battery. I'll be right back. I got a battery upstairs. Nikki, you're right. There's not lots more time here to be spent, I don't think. The exhaust won't take that long at all.
Fastest I ever seen you port.
I want to be done, you know?
Yeah, that exhaust doesn't look too bad though.
No,
It's
I'm going to
square.
widen it a little bit. And we'll bevel it a little better.
Make sure the top and the bottom are nice and round.
Lost one. How are you? This is the Farmer Tech. This is a Farmer Tech head.
Farmer Tech. 54 millimeter.
54 millimeter head.
Which Walt says he thinks is the best.
That's pretty good. It ain't perfect, but that's
Yeah, I think it did a nice job on the transfers.
will do.
The intake looks better too. It's more square now.
Yeah. Again, that'll get filled in, so it won't. And I'm gonna. That intake is gonna get wider for sure. Yeah, they are. So let's work on the exhaust a little bit. Yeah, I got lucky. This came right apart. I didn't have to hammer anything. Still doesn't help.
You raised it too.
A touch, yeah. I like this side. I don't like this side.
Yeah, this looks nice. They're close.
No, the exhaust. So look at that
Yeah.
swoop's nice. That's too sharp of an edge. I need to ramp that out a little further.
Mm.
I know. I'm not supposed to touch the exhaust roof.
Oh, what's that?
I'm not supposed to touch the exhaust roof, but this is not an OEM jug, right? It's not an original jug, so I got to make sure it's all smooth, you know?
I bet you're saying that like 99 or 98 or something like that. Can almost reuse the smart log. I don't know if I would though. This could have been hit, you know.
Reuse it.
You sure? It even has the same gap. The gap isn't even touched. I would use it.
I've got a bevel on there now. Put the sandpaper in here. Still haven't done the upper transfers. We have to do sandpapering and upper transfers next, basically. I do have one thing that Matt doesn't, a flywheel puller. You're right, you one-upped me, man. You did. You got me there. Now's a good time to check this with a piston.
That's nice. If you ask me. The thing is, if you try and get it absolutely perfect, you're gonna mess something up too.
I think I need to just a hair more with the sandpaper on this side versus that side,
Yeah.
but that's even. And it closes right in the dead center.
How's the bottom part? The bottom. I think the bottom's flat.
Well, bring this up. Does it Freeport?
Is it Freeport?
No.
How much room do you got?
About a millimeter. Not much.
Wow, that's not a lot at all.
No. But it doesn't Freeport, so.
I think the corners are like important too. That exhaust wasn't that bad to begin with.
I got to grind on the upper transfers a little bit, Nikki. Not a lot, but a little bit would be good.
Like what, 16th of an inch? Right?
Yeah, about a 16th of an inch. So not much. You did make a flappy sander? You're welcome. Very welcome. They did work good.
Those don't last very long, do they?
No,
They work good though.
It works good, but it can fall off. So. But
There isn't really another way to do it though. Unless you want to spend hours with a finer grit burr.
You go from two different angles, this way and this way. That. Hopefully now.
That's funny how it just stops when it's out of battery. It doesn't even slow down.
This one's not even.
I'm running out of time and batteries.
That's good. See, the pros would probably be like, "Aren't you done by now?" You know, like,
No, this fucking thing goes up.
oh, it's gonna
Your
be.
shit.
If it blows up, it'll be expected.
If it doesn't blow up and it beats that or cylinder That'll be really interesting. For about, what, an hour recording? Joe joined you.
Hey, Joe. Yeah, it hung a ring. Joe, say hi to Husky Boy. He's here hanging out.
It wasn't my fault.
It was his fault, obviously. It hung a ring most likely due to very simply too flat of an exhaust. Just too flat of an exhaust. Joe says hi.
What's up?
It was the cross top end, but it was my heavily messed with and dickered with cross top end.
How many times do you go into that thing?
A bunch. That's good for now on the polishing. We don't need to do any more of that.
What's next? Transfers and the intake.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see how you do the intake because I've never seen that. Mm-hmm. Wow, that is cool. How long do those last?
It's the heads that are the problem. It's not the version. The heads don't last long at all.
Joe says he has Echo School. Echo School.
What about Echo School? He's at Echo School?
He's going to.
He's going to? Okay.
Hey Joe, if you go to Echo School, see if you can find out about that new Echo saw that they're coming out with, the 70cc something. They're supposed to come out with like a 70cc saw.
Basically a 372 killer.
Maybe. They didn't need a whole lot of work though.
No.
They're nice and tight too.
Think that'll do though?
It's not rocket science.
I'm gonna bring it down a little bit towards the intake here. Okay. Getting there. A little bit to go on this one. Let's go. A lot of heat in the head here. A lot of heat.
It's getting hot.
Well, these heads give me, like, I get a port job out of one of these heads sometimes.
How many?
Really. One port job out of these heads. But they're like $9, so. Yeah.
Keeps jumping in.
Yeah, that's what the heads do. That's the, and then they vibrate and they vibrate loose and then they eat themselves basically. That's certainly one of the the biggest downsides to these. It's pretty good. I mean, there's no question here that this is really going to be better than it was, but here, let's actually do this. Let's get, where'd the ring go? What we can do is we can check it left to right and make sure they're even.
They should be in theory.
Very.
Good enough for who it's for.
It's for Mason, obviously.
that saying never gets old.
Never gets old.
Doesn't it? Ever since I said that.
James has an itchy trigger finger for putting people in timeouts.
Wait, what?
He has an itchy trigger finger for putting people in timeouts. And Mega loves to be naughty. See?
Why, there's a moderator for this stuff?
Yeah, I have James and Ken are my two moderators. Damn, that's
That
pretty
saves
good.
a lot of headache, I guess.
So here, I just need a hair more on this side. You looked with the.
Yeah, towards the end.
Now go look at the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit.
Just a shade, and then it'll be even left to right. I'll bevel it, and then we can work on the intake.
And then we can get the intake from almost 90 to 80. That's ridiculous.
My flashlight would work. There we go. Okay.
Can you build messages?
Can I what? I can view the deleted message, sure. Lest anybody think that James and Ken are all powerful right now. What'd you do?
No, I just went to click on it.
gotta be good.
What?
Gotta be good now, right?
What happened?
It's gotta be good now. Let's see. It doesn't get much more even than that.
Dude, that's pretty good. I would leave it. I wouldn't mess with it anymore.
So what I'm doing to the upper transfers, it's easier just to show you guys. So all I'm doing is I'm grinding the upper transfers down to a point where, here, can you bring the phone over? Let's see.
Wait, you want me to zoom in?
Yeah, bring. You can lift the phone like this. So yeah, let's see. There. So there's the upper transfer and the ring, and the idea is that I want to make sure I want to grind this down to where it's even left to right, and the way to tell is to put a piston in here. Put the piston in and drop the ring, and the piston will drop the ring evenly left to right.
That's pretty damn close. I really like the angle of those that cylinder transfers compared to that one. They're deeper too.
So that's about as good as it gets as far as evenness left to right. Whether the absolute number is awesome or not, I really don't care. It's close to 120, which is going to be good enough for me. So, and the way that you find that again was to have the ring in here when you put the cylinder head on the saw, and you run the wheel right up to 120 where you want it, and then it'll give you an exact mark, essentially right on where you want it, 120. Just leave that there, I guess. Okay, so now I want to bevel it, so let's bevel it. And then we'll fill in the intake, and we're good. What the heck am I doing?
Is the gasket paper or metal? I think it's metal.
This is a metal gasket. Yeah.
Which is nice, because it just comes off. I don't know what's worse, cleaning up sealant that's stuck on or gasket that's stuck on.
All I'm doing now is taking a football diamond and beveling the port. So go ahead, have a look.
Yeah, those are nice. Can you also hang a ring in the transfers if you widen them to not?
Probably. Yeah. Probably.
I would think that widening the transfers wouldn't really do a whole lot. Unless they were too small to begin with.
No, you don't need to factor in the thickness of the ring because it's the top of the piston is where it opens. So no, you do not need to factor in the thickness of the ring. It's the 120 is governed by the top of the piston.
Do you have to bevel the exhaust or did you already?
Good. Yeah, should be alright. Does it feel smooth?
Maybe a little more on the roof. Just a little bit. Not a whole lot.
Up here? Right down here. Up here?
I'm not sure. It's up to you. It feels alright.
Let me bevel the exhaust just a little bit more. My hands are now wet. So.
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna happen this time. That's a nice looking exhaust. You could tell it's got pretty. He's talking about the ring thing.
Because the piston's never touching the cylinder? Heck with all that. Alright, how are we going to do this? So... really just need a business card in there, but you need something to hold it.
Tape.
Doesn't hold it. And a piston is too thick. It's not going to fit there.
You don't think so?
No.
Even if you grind on off.
It's not going to go. So, I think there's some other way to do it.
What if you put tape over the piston and just...
There, I just need to hold the piston in place, essentially, with a clamp. There. So let's do this. Let's do some JB, no, brake cleaner. Take the intake here. Make sure it's clean. Take a business card and a smaller piston just to help create the roundness. Now I just need a clamp. close. Oh, look. So you have a sealed.
Yeah, it's under tight.
It's on there pretty good. It's sealed. Here, bring the phone over if you want. And I can just pour the JB in, essentially.
Yeah.
Then,
Sorry.
it's all right. We're back. Sorry, guys. Mason hit a button.
I hit the wrong button.
Let's mix up some JB.
Oh shit.
Now what?
They're seeing the blackout now.
Never hit the button.
Sorry about that. And what's that? Quick set.
Yeah, this is just
Quick.
This is JB Quickwell.
They even spelled it from the cool way. You know what? I'm waiting for the day you get a saw in that somebody tried to port themselves and they used JB Weld as the sealers, the sealant for the cylinder. That'll be hilarious.
Don't really know how much I'm going to need, but buffering, is it?
It looks like it's up.
Are we good?
Yeah, my hand's moving for it.
Okay, William. We believe you.
Well, if you're in for one of Matt's extremely long videos, you gotta take a break or something.
Got to take a break at some point, right? It's okay. So yeah, this is JB Quickweld. I'm filling in the bottom part of the intake here because it just is very simply well, it needs to be filled in.
I'm interested to see this process.
You know, Mason, you do imply that I know what I'm doing here.
What was that?
You imply that I know what I'm doing.
Or at least we're pretending that we know what we're doing.
We're going to pretend that we know what we're doing here. And Joe Piper did mention the other day DevCon, which is probably the better stuff.
Oh, is it expensive though?
Apparently it used to be, but it might not be anymore. Not as expensive as you think.
It probably lasts you a long time. How much is that for the Quickwell JB one? $10?
Maybe. And I'm only using part of it, so.
Could almost do 2 with that. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. I'm just pouring it in, basically.
It's basically just an epoxy, right?
Yeah. This is metal reinforced epoxy, and this happens to be the quick set stuff. So this will be set, not ready to use, but pretty well set in a fairly short
So when
amount
I
of time.
start it tomorrow, it won't fall out. In theory.
in theory.
Yeah, I imagine you don't want to subject it to a massive temperature change until it's fully set.
You really don't want to subject to a massive temperature change at any point, but it's a chainsaw, so
Because it's two different metals.
yeah, two different substances. Yeah. So
The intake, though, is the cooler part of the cylinder. No.
now I'm going to let it set on an angle here. Let's see, I want it. Where do I want it? About there. No, it's got to be. It's actually got to be set nearly vertical. So it sets. Yeah, like that actually. It would be good just to set it like that. So let's put that on the edge here. I'll put it right there with the clamp. Done. Ha!
Do you want me to take the phone?
Yeah.
Try not to hit the wrong button this time. Yeah, they can see it. The card's doing its job.
Are you guys still arguing about the heat shield?
I know. I was wondering about that.
It is the heat shield
So,
up against the
heat
head.
shield. Usually it's cylinder, heat shield, then gasket, then muffler.
Cylinder, heat shield, gasket, muff. Yes.
It's not really rocket science.
No.
Some saws don't have a heat shield. They just have a gasket, right?
Yeah, like the 268s don't have a heat shield. That's what I was working
Yeah,
on.
that didn't.
They don't have heat shields.
They just have a,
Do the 288s have the heat shield? I don't think so.
they just have a flat muffler.
It's a flattish muffler, yeah.
That's probably why modern saws have them now, is because their mufflers aren't flat. To keep the air.
Keep the air, yeah.
This is just cylinder.
Yeah, that's nice stuff, actually. That solder is like 4% silver or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's nice. That's not the cheap stuff. That's the expensive stuff. And yet I use it for this. You know, it's kind of not so smart of me. But then again, I've got lots of it, so who
You
cares?
don't have copper pipes, do you? In this
Later ones do. Okay. Copper pipes, what?
Copper pipes.
Yeah, I have lots of copper in the house. Lots of copper.
Our house has a lot of copper pipes, too.
Yeah.
A lot of newer houses just have plastic, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, all the radiant heat in the house here is plastic.
You have an oil tank?
Gas.
Gas.
Natural gas off the street.
That's nice, though.
Can be, depending on what you're doing.
Could it blow up? Possibly.
Possibly. It's gas. It's
Anything can blow up, though.
yeah.
The
If
saw could
you
blow up.
if you try hard enough, saws blow up. Apparently. All right. So what else we got going here? They basically took and ported a whole stinking cylinder today.
Huh?
We basically ported a whole cylinder today. You know. I don't think blowing out is going to do anything. I appreciate the effort, but nope. Try again.
Can you JB weld yourself?
It's sticky. Once that gets on your shirt, you're never getting it off. I have shirts that it's on. It doesn't come out.
What happens if you JB weld your hand to your hand? Well, I don't want to
You
find
gotta peel skin off, maybe. Well, we're gonna see how I did, Meg. I mean, I might have. It looks okay, but I don't know if it's gonna run. I hope it runs.
If the numbers are close to what the other cylinder is, in theory, it should be about the same.
Should be darn good, yeah. if I can fill in the intake appropriately, if it's good, then
If you can't make it like 80 or 78 or whatever you want. 79 and a half.
got to get it flat. Yeah, I hope it runs. We'll see. I don't know. Sit here and wait for this stupid stuff to cure.
That's a pretty thick amount of it in there.
It's already starting to tack, actually.
How long does it say for quit set?
7 to 8 minutes. It's really not long at all. Actually, time for a drink. You want a drink? What do you need for a drink? I got Coke, Snapple. I got coffee. What would you like?
Kind of coffee.
What kind of coffee? My coffee.
Yeah, cream and sugar.
Yes, I do. We're going to grab a cup of coffee. We'll be right back down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're taking an intermission. James, please announce intermission to everybody. We're going to take a 5-minute intermission. We will be back. Oh my god. It's a good thing we had coffee. All right, here we go, guys. How many people are left? 9. There's 9 people here. Bye, Ken.
Oh shit! Everyone left.
No, there's 9 people left still, even though we weren't even here.
Oh, last post was at 4:47.
Not even sticky.
Really? Let me see. Yeah, it's pretty. You could almost find that.
Last one's still here. Good.
I needed this.
Good.
I'm starting to get tired. It's tiring blowing up saws. You should take a picture of that and post that on the saw porting thread and say that's how much intake you want.
Right here. That's the intake. We're good, right? We're gonna call it.
I think saying, hey guys, I'm looking for some advice. I feel my first intake. I don't think it would even actually run like that.
See, there's a dip here, though. It's gonna kind of annoy me. Crap.
The dip in the middle.
Right below, you can feel it right there. See the lip? I know. Is that going to be a problem? I don't know.
It's better than the JB being flush. I mean, JB isn't hard enough to, like, scratch the piston anyway.
Of course, it all depends on where we're grinding this down, too, you know? All right, leave it. Here we go. Don't mess with it. Oh, I know. Okay.
How much does this cylinder cost anyway? $50. Not even. $25 deal of the day. The bottom of Matt's box pile special.
Oh, yeah, you can grind on this now. Grind is nice.
Let's get coffee. JB probably grinds a lot faster than the.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, they can actually see it now. Wow, that's actually some very tough stuff. This is a really good action shot now.
We're good.
Yeah. I can really see what you're doing.
Helps to have a videographer as opposed to me doing it by myself. And I really don't know where I'm going to on this, so
We're gonna eyeball it.
we're going to eyeball it to start.
I'm gonna take a page out of Jason's book. I don't think he's ever actually filled in dates, has he?
I don't know. Let's go from this way here. It's getting a little warm. So let's switch over here.
That's trash, right?
Yeah, it is now. So right now I am most definitely eyeballing this.
I'm gonna mount Jason this mission.
Hey, Fred.
Bye, Fred.
Bye, Fred. Fred, you're not supposed to tease us like that.
Even if it's at like 75, I say fucking run it.
Run it. Well, let's see.
It might
Let's-
actually, more case conversion might actually be good for nothing. What would be really interesting is to put that 064. That's difficult to beat on the degree wheel. And copy the numbers of that. But there's some things you can't copy though, right? Like the port, like the transfer port, like angles and stuff, right?
It's hard.
Yeah.
So this has to go much wider. really. But I think that's it. Gonna quickly measure.
It would be nice if this had sight lines in it, huh?
Roughly there. So yeah, I've got a little bit of width to go. Quite a bit, actually. Let me wash this real fast, and then what we're going to do is put that on there and see where we're at. Take care, Fred. And we're just going to put this on here just to see where the intake is at.
I have to say, the way we're on this thing is pretty incredible for steel. It's better than my 064, probably by twice as much.
And this isn't the high output oiler.
You mod it? Did you mod this?
It might be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did. I did mod it. Yeah.
Mm. Proper way to break this thing in would be to put it on your mill and really push it. I had it proven. I ran gallons of fuel through it before we messed through it with it.
So that's at like 76 right there.
The intake.
Yeah.
I would honestly leave it. Widen it and leave it. It's their call though. A lot of guys think too much intake curves these things. And then if you ask another guy, he'll say, "Oh, wait, I like 85." I don't know. I mean, half the problem with taking advice from other people is everyone measures differently too. Your way of measuring might be different than Billy Bob on the forum. I don't know.
Let's do. So the rough answer to this is that there really isn't that much more to do. But what we can do, again, is use our ring as a trick here.
See how flat that intake is, huh?
That's right. You can basically bring the ring down and kind of get it flat. The whole idea is like if you can get this flat.
Did it look pretty flat in the when you looked at it?
No.
The timing? No.
The center was actually the edge was most correct. But either way, I can get once I get a flat.
That was really far off, though. That intake. Look at how much you filled it. That's a significant amount. It's interesting, though, how much you have to fill the intake just to gain 10 degrees, right?
Yep.
That's a lot. That's a lot worse than the other cylinder. The other cylinder only had like that much. Like a 16th of an inch, maybe. Yeah, that's a lot less than... That hardened like iron, though.
It's hard, huh?
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, if it survived it blowing up, then I imagine.
Well, I need to look at it like that, but I can't, you know. Hand pieces don't always behave. Just an even. I want it square and wide.
It almost looked like a hole before, didn't it? To me, it seems like the 660's biggest downfall is the intake compared to like a 394 cylinder.
It's definitely easier to grind, I think, on a 394 head. For that reason.
The rest of the cylinder seems pretty nice.
I'm getting there, guys. Vacuum. Well, Mason's got that 394 right now. He's trying to blow it up.
I could compare them. I was going to today, but I have 4 saws in the trunk. I was kind of afraid of blowing that one up. Now I'm really afraid of blowing it up.
Now we look at how flat this is. Can use a hair more in the center. Have a look. So you bring the piston down. You can see it needs a little more in the center.
It's kind of hard to see.
See how that looks? Yeah, just a hair more in the center, and we'll have it.
It's nice having this piston just for this purpose.
Yep, for sure. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna use the flapper here. I'm gonna go back to my flapper. If I can find it.
It's really amazing how much more angle there is on these towards the intake compared to the dual port, or at least that.
It's way more towards the.
It's like really like a. That is kind of just straight, and then it kind of just slightly cocks. This is like a really nice sweep though. That's probably the advantage to a quad port though, is because it's.
You can do both essentially.
Yeah. That intake is a huge difference compared to this. What's CFS?
CFS. Chronic fatigue. Chronic fatigue syndrome. What do you think? Is that close enough?
Dude, that's like perfect.
It's darn close, if nothing else, you know?
And part of it can be just before the actual pour opening it. Do you know what I mean? Like sometimes it could be actually before. Sometimes you have to look at it like this.
Yeah, I know. Put up the light, yeah. You tell me.
Bevel it, and I think it'll be good.
You want to bevel it? No bevels. There's no bevels on intakes.
Oh, you don't have to.
No rings.
That's right.
Oh, yuck.
And what do? You just stick the Scotch Brite in there, right?
Yep. We hit it with the Scotch Brite.
That JB isn't quite hard yet, but it's getting there. I bet by tomorrow. Swirl it, run it.
Gonna polish this up and we're gonna show you guys what we did.
We totally transformed this Pharmatech cylinder.
It might actually run. We'll see. Here,
I think this thing might actually
put
be.
that up to the camera.
There's the transfer. Here's the intake. No, it's buffering. What's wrong with your phone? It just shut off.
Why?
The muffler on that 440 was like twice the output of that. So I'm thinking there's a point when it starts to overrun the carburetor.
Are we back, guys? Sorry, guys.
That's like the first time I've ever had that happen, though.
It is weird.
A muffler causes the solder not to run right. Do you have a razor or something?
What, a razor?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get this muffler off. Gasket.
Oh, hang on. What's this? Don't use extra effort where you don't have to.
Nice. And it just ran out of battery.
It did again?
No, it didn't. It didn't. It's on.
It's on? Okay. Yeah, it had run out of battery, but the issue is that the even the USB cable can't feed quite enough power to it while it's
Really?
live video. Yeah. So
Holy
even though
shit.
you have it plugged in, it can't. It needs a little bit of catch up time, basically.
That's amazing how much power that draws. Maybe an iPhone would be different. I don't know.
All right. So how does this feel? Is this smooth? This is smooth. If that catches a ring, I mean, it just.
And it was rounded when you put the ring in there, right?
That's right. We haven't tried the this in here. Yeah, that's good, right? That's perfect.
That's much better than that.
Perfect. Okay, so yeah, we're still on. The phone is struggling with battery right now, so in case we end up off, that's what's happening. I'm gonna go wash this thing like crazy, and then let's put the cylinder head on this saw. What do you think? Put it down. Why not?
Call it a day. maybe if you tried CBD, it would help you port saws better.
Amazing, yeah. No. It might make me feel better about something screwing up like this.
Maybe they would blow up more or less. Who knows? Nothing happened to that rod at all. It looks perfectly. It's not even blue or anything like you were saying.
Right, the rod's fine. Let's put the...
I'm just glad that it blew up out of the cut when I was just piss revving it, because I think if I blew it up while it was mid-cut, when it was really hot, it would have sucked more of those pieces in there. Because like I said, it was really fast when it blew up. It was just like 1, 2, done.
Maybe this will be like amazing, you know. It'll be the most amazing thing you ever ran. Who knows?
I have a feeling it'll run fine. We copied what the other cylinder had to the best of our ability.
Just put in the highway, or I don't know if this is Farmertech or Highway intake boot on here.
It's interesting how they put those dimples in the, is that straight on?
That's supposed to be God like that.
Mm.
That line's good. Yeah, that's fine.
That's right, the carb bolts are on this slant instead of the...
Gonna put the
nice shiny meteor piston. You know what would be interesting to see is if it vibrates less or more. Because I just ran it today, so it'll be fresh in my mind.
decomp is in.
You know what's amazing? I checked all the bolts on this thing and none of them loosened at all. Not even a bit.
Yeah, the head bolts were tight. So now I got to pull that off, that off. Yeah. Or do we want to put the head down one last time and just check the absolute numbers? Want to do that?
What was that?
Put the head on and just check numbers.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to do the transfers good, but
Well, you have to look through the plug hole for the transfers?
yeah, and that's really hard.
Mm.
And not.
Because the plug is on an angle. It's,
And who cares about the difficulty? Not even about the difficulty, it's the accuracy you're just not getting.
This thing has a really thick base.
Yeah.
This one did too. This one does too.
The lower ring does come into the intake.
That's not really a problem though, because
no.
in some saws it does.
Because it's only slightly getting in there, so I don't think that's going to be an issue.
You know what?
Where
that-
did the light go?
I noticed on that 440, the rings come in the intake. When I was looking through when the carburetor was off,
Yeah.
the rings come in the intake.
As long as the ring end doesn't come in the intake, I think
Yeah.
it'll be all right. That's like 79.
Perfect. That's all right.
Yeah, have one. It's pretty flat.
Yeah,
Pretty flat.
I don't think if you try and change it, it's gonna get worse. That's better than taking another cylinder, I think.
And
Let me see.
there's the exhaust right there. So
What fin were you looking at?
this fin.
It's right on 87. 87.
No, it's 90.
87.
That's like 94.
94.
I think we ground a little too much out.
I don't know.
Let's see.
Pretty sure it wasn't the other fin.
Right about there. That's like 95. We'll call it 95. I think we ground a little bit too much out.
That's about what a stock cylinder's timed out now.
Yeah.
To be honest with you though, I think that these things, as much as people say, oh, you gotta get the exhaust low, I think that these seem to like it higher. Because the stroke is pretty long on these things. Yeah, I remember that.
Well, how much more would we need? So there's 100. So you need to drop it like a 1/16 of an inch. You need to take
see.
off quite a bit.
Or put the light in that plug hole and I'll see when it opens.
Like there.
No more. Yeah, right there. Right there.
Like 94.
But the thing is, it opens. That's like the peak, though. Right where it fully opens is this.
Stop screwing with it. Here we go. It's like, we'll call it 95. 95. I'm
I don't
not.
know, you might be surprised when I run this thing.
I'm not going to use any gasket whatever on here. I'm just going to put it down with this metal gasket. So there's no.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, there's no.
It'll just make it harder to take apart.
Nothing going to go on here. That's all clean.
So what were the transfers close to? 120, right? That's when we set the ring, right?
Yeah. Means I can grind the transfers down a little bit more, but
It might like the blow down, no? Look at it this way. When guys talk about the Dolmar 7900, it has a lot more blow down than the smaller cylinder on the same chassis, the 6400. So maybe it's the same way with this compared to the 64. Maybe it likes more. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm just guessing.
who knows?
I think less talking and more running is the best
Let's
thing.
talk. More run. Yeah.
Because you end up just coming up with more questions than answers.
There's one.
How much is that $300 saw? Priceless.
Well, like 3,000 hours. Oh, that's upside down. We don't want to do that.
We learned a lot from it.
Hopefully, we've learned something. I don't know about a lot, but certainly something.
This thing's gonna like RPMs.
I'm not sure I want to use those circlip clips.
Yeah.
I can use 394 clips. That's the OEM clip.
Do you have another one? With the other piston. The other side's still in here if you want it.
What I gotta do is take this darn wheel off. I don't need it anymore.
Also, what you could play around with is
What's going to be the prime, William? Learning. That's the word that primary use for the saw. We're just going to learn with it. That's all we're going to do. It's just a screw around saw
to learn from.
to learn from.
You could also play around with one of those high weight pop up pistons that might actually suit this.
Yep.
It might be taller than the Meteor. It might be shorter. I don't know.
I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use 394 clips here because I feel like it. This is one. I got to find the other.
Mind if I use your raffle back again?
Because I'm pretty sure these are the same size. Pretty sure the wrist pins on 394 and 660 are the same. It should be 12mm pin. Unless 394 is 13. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that. I really don't want to use those others. Doesn't seem to be going in as quite as easy as I want. Yeah, is this 12mm pin instead of 13? Or is 394 13 pin? Did I miss something? William, I hear you. Absolute. I don't have a great answer for you, though. Yeah, they look like they're the same size. They really look like they're the same size, so I should be able to get it in there. Okay. got it. There's one. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Now I need to find another 394 OEM wrist pin. What's this? Oh, that's the 242 box. Okay. There. Find it there. Yep, I got some 288 stuff here. This will do. Oh, 288 right here. There we go. There we go.
Is everyone shit talking me while I was gone?
No, maybe. I don't know. I haven't looked. There's just not that much room to maneuver my hands over on this side, so I was just trying to figure out how to do these wrist pins appropriately. Pin clips are there.
I made one of those screwdrivers to be like a hook.
Yeah.
It was a pain. It's still a pain in the ass.
Still don't have quite this trouble on 394s.
Do you want me?
Don't hurt yourself. You stab yourself with that thing, you're gonna be not happy. It's almost like it doesn't want to go on this one for whatever reason. The 394 is like
These are too big, I think.
no, they're not.
This one.
They're not. Look at overlay it. Overlay it. Put that one on top of that one. Yeah. Yeah, let me get rid of this stuff later.
It's slightly smaller. I think I can get this if I just get it started. Hold on.
They're a pain.
There we go.
Don't hurt yourself.
There we go.
You
Got
it?
it in.
Okay.
Do you have like a little screwdriver?
Yep. Actually, I got one with a point. How's that for cute? Got one without a point?
I'm just trying to get an opening to it.
It doesn't. That doesn't really matter, but here.
Hold on. No, it's not gonna move. It's moving now.
As long as it's in the hole, it's good. You know, as long as it's in the groove there, you're good.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Okay.
Moved and it's in there.
That's good. A little blue Loctite down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right?
The other side's in there right now.
I just put the head on. Not going to use any 1184 or goops or nothing. We're just going to use the gasket here and pray that this is good. Okay, so that's lined up.
They said Scott does them with the screwdriver.
Good for him.
Yeah, if he's done a million of them, I'm sure.
That's great. You know, good. If you can do it with your fingernail, it's even better.
I'm not a fan of those circlets without the ears on them. They're a pain in the ass. Those are sweet pliers, though.
It does help, yeah. Those pliers definitely make all the difference. Unless you're Scott, and then you don't care about difference. The thing about these darn steel heads is that the screws don't fit down through. The Huskies, you put it, done. Here you actually have to place the screw first, get it in.
In other words, it's a pain in the ass.
In other words, it's kind of a pain in the ass. And where's the final screw? In there.
I find it interesting how they gave this with the kit saws, because the OEM has a spit back thing. But it's in the filter on the aftermarket ones.
Look at this. On this one,
We gotta whip the cylinder again.
it has to just... It's just such a page.
Sorry, Maddie.
Such a pain.
I'm hoping that saw that pulls up isn't this one.
Me too, but, you know. We could
If it
be
was a
here...
268 or
we can get, like,
272, we would have
just-
been done by now.
Right, just think of all the videos that we could have, you know, we're going to get out of this. So. We're going to get lots of videos out of this. So. Come on.
What a fucker.
I hate... Yeah, with the...
The saw is oiling in protest.
There. It has to go in just the right way. The screw has to go in just the right way. And then it actually...
One guy asked if this is gonna pop tonight.
Apparently. We have to make it
Or
pop.
we're gonna pop first.
It'll pop. We'll pop it. Just for you guys. How's that? Yeah, okay, James.
I think that's why they stayed for 4 hours. of
For
video.
4 hours.
Even while we had a coffee break.
Is there a fingerprint on the lens? Glare. Oh, sorry.
Now it's even worse. It's even worse now.
Great. If you touch... Oh, geez. What the heck happened?
I think when you wiped it, you got oil in it. There we go.
A little harder than the 372. Yeah, I know, Jonathan.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I think the tank handle is the biggest bitch on this saw.
So far.
That's a total pain in the ass.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
All right, we put both circlips in, right?
Yep. I don't know. I don't want to try and check now. Maybe if we drill a hole right there, we could see.
Yeah, good. Let's do that.
Who's
We'll,
poor?
we'll look good. Yeah, just drill a hole there. Just have a look.
What are those 3 screw holes for? The heated handles?
Probably heated, yeah.
Yeah. I've never seen anyone make one of these kit saws a heated handle. Maybe put grease on it. Yeah.
Just a touch.
The only reason I could think of that they would want a casting key is just to make it easier to assemble it. Just
Right.
drop it on. They're not thinking of us where we want to like grind away at the key.
Good. Now it sticks to my finger. It's sticky with the grease, but it sticks to my finger and not to the. There. Now that key's good. Now we do the flywheel. And this is advanced, so it's got to go that way. Yeah, we'll have this pop in no time. Where's the flywheel nut? Where did that go? There it is.
That was loose, you said?
It wasn't super tight.
I came here around 2 o'clock and it's 6 o'clock. We've been working on this thing for a couple hours.
Good thing you had nothing better to do.
It better fucking run.
Not trying to tighten it with this. I'm just trying to get it situated here. Because now I'm going to bring it back around. And now I can... Because now the timing is advanced. So the wheel's probably not going to move. Calibrated arm. There we go.
What do you set it at, like 25 or something?
No, like 13.
Oh.
Not much. I don't like to over torque those. I think the spec is probably like 25, somewhere around there. You want to get the muff? Where's the muff?
Make sure there's nothing in there. You got all those little pieces in there?
No. But that would be a good idea. You want some red light lock? Little red stuff there on the muffler bolts. Yeah, I like the dual port muffler here. This is the dual port. It's got a, and I don't think I even opened this up very much beyond.
It's already pretty big.
Yeah, the openings are pretty big to begin with. So. The gasket's already on here. I'm coming. Hang on. Well, I didn't even tighten the. What are you doing? Hang on a second. I got to tighten the other ones. Like beyond that. There. And before we do that, hang on. Wait a minute. For a second there, I was like, we forgot the rings. Nope, we're good. It looked like the rings were missing. This whole thing's going to be nicely lubed. Good.
WD-40 is nice.
It works for what we're doing.
Good enough for who it's for.
Apparently. It's really good enough for me. All right, now where's this one? Where'd the other one go? You were going to mess me all up on that, right? It's another problem with this design, because if you tighten the muffler bolts down first in the muffler, then there's no adjusting this until it's too late, basically. Where'd the other one go? See the big one. Maybe it's under. Is it under?
Oh, it's right there.
Okay.
I imagine this muffler becomes a problem when you get the cylinder too, if you do it up.
There we go.
All right.
Great. Okay. Real exact fit. Okay, that's good there. Let's get the tank on.
There's a rubber piece, I think, too.
Right. We had the rubber piece out here somewhere.
What was that?
Hands are knocking everything. There was a rubber piece that was on. It was on the deck here somewhere. There, here it is.
What is that? Wait.
It's just a little rubber, stupid AV mount part. That's all.
Want me to hold it? And...
Just want to see if I can get this on here yet. Yeah, that went. Okay. Now, that's going to work its way on there, hopefully.
Might want to push the impulse on a little more.
Sure.
Yeah, a little more actually.
There you go.
Close
Good.
enough.
That's fine. Yeah. All right. This tank needs to kind of settle in here. Like that. Now we take the boot and bring that through. Got lucky in that. That came all the way, no problem. The outer ring, inner ring. An outer support ring and an inner support ring. What? What'd you do? You got a little knife in you? Yeah. That happens.
Fucking steel.
It's plating. The plating flakes off and they're real sharp. Pull the wires through.
Sometimes they use a pin and needle. You ever got one really in you?
I've given myself anesthetic before to get splinters out. Yeah.
Why, you have some?
Yeah.
Might have to give yourself some after working on this thing.
Let me get the rubber bumper in here. So the wires, there's just a rubber bushing that just gets pushed in, not a big deal. I need a small screwdriver. The small screwdriver just presses the rubber bushing in.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yep, just one other thing that's kind of a pain.
I don't understand what it is with all the rubber bushings on this thing.
Okay, gonna get the kill wires positioned here. Red wire goes to the back because it's a spade connector. Spade connector to spade connector. Pull that forward just slightly. It wants to twist. Just the wrong way. That'll be better. As soon as it touches it, it twists right out of the way. Put that. Now we'll just install this part. So the round part of the kill switch just goes in
That's another thing that I think is stupid.
It just doesn't seem like the best of designs, no.
Because if it fails, you got a whole freaking wire to replace. Proprietary one, too.
Spade connector. Made it on?
I might get a timeout the next time I bring this thing in. Broken.
Somebody's gonna get a timeout, yeah. We're gonna give Mason the timeout. Okay, carburetor. The throttle goes on pretty easy there on this particular carb. Okay. Kill wires on. Carb. There we go. Boy, we're cooking now, guys. It's usually where I'm like, I think we forgot something, you know.
There's not really a whole lot to this thing. It's just a pain in the ass with the rubber. That's a pretty simple saw. This will be the thing we forget. Before we forget this.
Don't forget that. Don't forget this. The rubber part, the rubber toony part.
See, things like that are just a waste of time. They don't matter. It's just something they want you to do.
What else are we forgetting here?
Let me-
AV screws. AV screws. Things I don't
This whole
remember.
cord is hung up really good. It's seen a lot of starts.
Yeah. Okay.
Starters are pretty good.
Almost done here. Starter. Scalpel. Can't do that yet because
the cover.
gotta put the top cover on. Yeah. Okay, so that still works. We'll do the top cover. We're making progress, guys.
That's always a pain in the ass, this one.
Got it. Hand tight. 1, 2, 3.
The plug survived.
You want to check the compression first before we put the plug in? You guys want a compression number? Of course you want a compression number. Why would you not want a compression number? Everybody wants a compression number.
Yeah, I'm
right.
interested.
All right. Where did the handle go? The top handle. I bent the handle back. Was that okay? Was that better?
Yeah, seemed fine.
Okay.
That was pretty bad before.
Can you push the handle that way? Push the handle. Yeah, there you go. Now give me the other screw for the handle. That one. Put it on there.
These don't have to be super tight, right? Plastic. There's no plug in it. Yeah.
Smooth. Feels smooth.
Do you want me to pull it over? I can do that.
You hold it.
I got it.
Oh god. Okay. What I usually do, I put the decomp in and get it up. Then I'll pop the decomp off. $160, $165. Yeah,
I bet I can get
160.
it. I bet I can get it higher. I made it go lower.
You made it go lower. Well, this thing bleeds off, so this is like 165. 160, 165. That's fine.
It'll go up a little bit.
Yeah.
170, we'll call it.
I don't think there'd be any harm in dropping the jug if we wanted to. You know, you could certainly put a, if it's not a pop-up, but if you could.
I say run it and see how it does. Baseline. Before we fuck with it. If we fuck with it, it might blow up.
It might blow up. It might blow up if we don't.
If we get it at least to where it was before. It was pretty nice before it blew up. I was about ready to text you and say, damn, this thing runs good.
Right, just before you said that,
I decided.
kablooey.
The little voice in my head told me to just wait and run it a little more.
It's over there. I'll stick some True Fuel on it. All right, who wants a pop?
Do you want these?
Oh, forgot of those. Let's leave them off for now. Because if we need to take it, it's stupid. Want to do the honors? Mason's gonna do it. Here we go. Wow.
I was trying to shut it off.
I know. Well, I guess it pops.
It runs.
It runs like immediately.
That's a good sign.
Great. Probably freaked my wife out a little bit. My wife probably got free.
She mad.
No, but that'll make anybody jump.
Has she ever gotten mad?
No. Has she ever gotten mad at me?
Oh,
Yes.
fuck.
Don't worry about it. Leave it.
Sure.
Yeah, doesn't matter. When you think it's good after a few tanks and it hasn't hung a ring, then you can use those. That's fine. Hey Edwin, welcome. Been a while. Beep. So we did it, guys. I think we'll call it a day. Thanks so much. Hey Earl, you made it. Great. Yeah, the AV plugs. Forget about them for now. Just not going to worry about it. We'll put those in one other day.
It's about time.
It's about time to call it a night. So we're going to do it. We're going to call it a night. Mason's going to take this and see if he can blow it up again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's pretty much the long and the short of that. So, unfortunately, it hooked a ring. Best we can tell, it hooked a ring probably because the exhaust was too flat or not beveled enough. So, that's really the long and the short of that. Do you want that? Probably not, right? Throw it away. Junk. So, anyway, we'll definitely call it a night. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Do appreciate it.
Bye.
KD Customs, yeah, we did crank it. You just missed it. And we'll be updating you on this and see how it does. I'm pretty happy it popped right immediately. That was pretty good.
That was pretty. I was surprised that it did that.
That's cool. Very cool. All right. Well, it's off to Mason to thrash it a bit. And everybody, thanks so much. And you guys have a great night. Okay. Have a good night. Catch you guys soon. Later.